Alrighty. I know that. Oh. Hey, technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. What issues? Test. Can you hear me? Yes, I thought I had to shut down everything and start again. Hell yes. All right, beautiful. Welcome everyone. Bumpy start. Great to be back. Had a week off. But I missed it. I definitely missed it, that's for sure. Taylor, welcome. It's called Pure Ref. I completely forgot to reply to your message. I saw it, I replied in my head. It's called Pure Ref. Sorry for that was ages ago. Hodson, let's not keep asking the same question, but create a planes of the head thing out of clay. Try that. Shelda, how you doing? B-Star, Azzy, Casing, welcome. Welcome. Guinea PvP, great to have you. CMG, good to have you in here. Hannah, Fahar. Goodness, from Nigeria. Man, it still boggles the mind. Still boggles the mind that we got people from all over the place. All right. Let's get cracking. Let's settle into this. Are we back? Nobody move. Are we back? Oh, this is stressing me out because I'm going to be talking. Nobody move. Nobody move a muscle. I think it could be the connection or something. Maybe we need to invest in a new mic or a new plug or something. Okay, we're back. We're back. Whew. Test, test. Testing. Test, test. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Does this... Ah. Alright, we've got to use the subpar microphone. Hopefully it doesn't sound too bad. So, yeah, we got to... There's an issue now. It's too low. Alright, let's get some books. Hold on. This is not how I wanted this stream to start, but you know what? It is what it is. Okay. There we go. All right. Bloody hell. Oh, I'm knackered already. I'm knackered. Okay, end of stream, everyone. Bloody hell. Had enough of this. All right. We are back. Let me know if you can hear me, that it's not it has the music and levels and everything. John. Alrighty. So let's get cracking into it. Problem solving on the fly. Alright, got to follow up with the John, I'm doing well. Got to learn sign language. You know what? I did, because in my workshop, okay, we've got some things to chat about. So let's get some warm-up images first as we're going, all right? So I want to get some warm-ups sort of feeling. Whoop. Is this still work? Oh my goodness. Always the way. Text going nuts. That's all right. So yeah, get some warm-up images for the environments that I'm studying. So we'll start off with some environment studies. Then I reckon I'll do some character stuff. I reckon Oh, can you still hear me? Oh, no, that's all good. And then, yeah, we're just going to have a fun study time. That's the plan before stressing out with technical difficulties. But, Taylor, yeah, note on sign language, I had a 2-day workshop, 6 hours each last week. That's why I didn't stream. And I had an interpreter, like a couple of sign language interpreters for a guy that was in there. It was fascinating. It was really, really cool. But yeah, I don't know any sign language myself, unfortunately. Where is my environment stuff? Here, trusty. Oh, I think I saw it. Here we go. Environment design. So let's crack open PureRef and get started. I'm also off coffee as well, which has been a thing. We've got green tea, baby. I want to keep that energy just cruising. I don't want these like poof, 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 poof sort of energy spikes. Although they're fun. I must mention that. Although they are very, very fun, those sort of energy boosts, it was just messing with me. All right, so let's get some buildings reference. I reckon I might just go with this one for the environment study. Now let's get some style reference. I love the look of this. This is beautiful. Unfortunately, I don't know how to speak Japanese or I don't know. So thank you very much to whoever this is. Whoop. Let's go to a Hold on, you can hear me now, right? You can hear me now. Whew. I know what's wrong. Now, if we go to here, you should be able to hear me. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Oh my God. So this is Chinese. Thank you for that. Holy frick. My apologies, everyone. This is not my first rodeo, but I've got no idea what's going on with all the audio stuff. Let's get back onto it. K on Twitter. I love this sort of watercolor sort of feel. I've also bought some gouache, like traditional stuff. So I have been playing around with that, which is wicked fun. So I'm going to get some of this style reference here and just sort of ease back into it. Let my elevated heart rate from all the stress of getting this bloody audio fixed just chill. Oh, I love this. Fabian Wakenhut. And it's 3D as well. I like that. So we can take some inspiration from that for sure. And then we might pop on to like Unsplash or something like that for some reference images. And get some character stuff going as well. But let's just get stuck into it, hey? Oh, let me just calm down. Primax, good to see you. Vinicius, welcome. Yeah, Taylor, the workshop went well. But it took it out of me. I tell you what, 2 back-to-back 6-hour days. It was a really, really good experience. Also, what am I talking about? Victoria, very nice. Why does that get me? The plugin, it's available. Links in the description. Go check it out. I'll be using it for a majority of. I've been using it for most of my work, even with this one. The one that I was using and sort of developing with myself and my friend and business partner Francis. We've got stuff sort of working. We've cleaned up a lot of the UI, but it's going to be sort of an ongoing project, but you can download it now. Links in the description through the Gumroad. So I'll show you how I'll be using it, how I have been using it. And it's actually been teaching me a lot about color theory and sort of chroma and saturation and that kind of thing, using this thing called the luminosity lock. So I'll get into that as well. It's been a bloody hell of a lot of fun sort of developing it and getting it going. But yeah, we'll play around with that a lot. Oh, I love this. Color variations. Anglin Smith. Beautiful. Okay. Let's crack open a new thingamabob. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone. I'm slowly catching up to chat. All right. So what I like to do, as you might have already guessed it if you've been on any of these streams before, knock down that background color. Get rid of that white. Control C, Control V. Let's get our reference on here, shall we? Okay. So I would like to get the same dimensions here. Bada bing, bada boom. I am going to turn back on autofill selections. Let's just start with a base blue color. All right. Use a clipping mask. So working within these shapes. And let's get warming up, hey? I don't even have the warm up image. Oh, I'm all over the place today. It's warm up time. Okay. Hey, Dance88. Good to see you. Isabella, welcome. Garucci, if I want to be a character designer, and as I said before, I love 2D and 3D, my IG account should have work of both techniques, or it's better in separate accounts. I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest. It depends what your goals are. It really, really depends on what your goals are. Because it's kind of like, because I say this a lot, and forgive me if it seems like I keep repeating myself, but it hasn't really changed. I've come into this industry kind of through the back door, you know. I didn't go a traditional route. I didn't have like a full-on portfolio or anything like that. Instagram's my portfolio, and my goals and the way I do things are going to be very different to someone that's looking to go the more traditional sort of studio route, if that makes sense. Azzy, how are you a morning person? I never used to be. That's for damn sure. So it's 10:50 a.m. here in Adelaide, Australia. Beautiful day, I think. At least when I went out there last, it was okay. It was a nice morning. So with this as well, I've started to actually do some sketches to begin with. I used to start just with shape. Used to, as in like a couple of weeks ago. I'm like just trying this out, you know, as I'm developing my eye for environment stuff. But I find just like the little sketch helps. For us to sort of play around with. And then you've got all this foliage. Doesn't have to be super strict. Vinicius, I'm looking for brushes with the gouache or oil style, but so far I haven't found one that fits me. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't found too many, or even one that I'm like, yeah, that's the one. But also I don't particularly know what I'm looking for, because I'm not super used to traditional stuff as well. But this one here, you might find one in this one, the mega pack that you can get just through Photoshop. It comes with Photoshop. Give them a try. I think it's also worth learning how to make your own brushes as well. Figure out how to get it working just how you like it. You notice here as well, I'm like wonkifying a lot of these shapes. Like it's not exactly the same. I want to sort of give it a little bit of character, a little bit of something. Something a little bit different. DSFF, I'm doing well. How you doing? Good to see you. I don't know what camera I'm looking at either, because I got this camera on and this camera on, so I got to make sure that I'm looking at this one. I'm looking at you guys. Techroom, are your warm-ups always architecture and landscape paintings? Not always, but this is something that I want to focus on. So as I'm focusing on this, or like not focus on, but I want to get better at. So it's a good opportunity in your warm-ups just to give yourself some study time, instead of saying, okay, I'm going to sit down and do a full-on study. It's just like, all right, I'd prefer to be more consistent with doing the thing that I'm trying to get better at, rather than do like one large study session a week or something. Just sort of get in the zone of things. Low risk. This is low risk as well. I'm all about sort of doing low. Well, there's no risk to any of this stuff. I'm not going to die doing this shit, right? But it's like I don't feel like I have to do a fantastic painting or anything like that. It's just a warm-up, and it gives me room to experiment as well. And this could work with character design, anatomy, blah blah blah, whatever you're sort of working on. That's how I'm tackling it. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, it's fun. All this stuff, they like feel like characters to me. They're less just like buildings. You can sort of swap and change them and do all sorts of stuff. All right, let's start carving the shapes with this new plugin. Big shout out to Francis Lee. Go check him out on Twitter. I'll add a link in the description, but you can, if you get the plugin, you got his details here. He's we're both working on this plugin, and it's freaking awesome. I'm in love with it. All right, so, and as I go, I'll sort of start to show you different ways of. I've also been playing with the lab color space as well, which has been interesting. I might show a bit more about that, but I'll turn it back to just the color wheel for clarity. Where do I want it? Let's have this here. Color wheel, make it a bit smaller. There we are. Alrighty. So let's just start blocking in some of that background. So I like to work like back to front with these sort of studies. It just makes it easier, and then at the end I might merge them all down. How many hours do you usually spend drawing a day? It's hard to say. Hard to say. Like when I do sort of knuckle down and do a drawing, it'll probably be anywhere from 4 to 6 hours, depending on how much time I've got. You know, but like today, we might go for four odd hours, maybe longer, depending on how I'm feeling. Let's see how this non-caffeinated, I mean, I'm caffeinated technically with green tea, but let's see how I go without multiple coffee breaks. We'll have green tea breaks. Maybe I go for longer, who knows? So here at the back, I'm just adding the mountains. In the background, still adding some color variation. And here's one of the cool features of this plugin. Now, all this you can do without this plugin. It just takes for frickin' ever, right? But some things you can't, and I'll show you what. Not easily, at least. So let's say I wanted to add color variation. I'll add like some randomness here to the hue shifts. So if I choose this color, notice each one is kind of different. Each shape has got a little bit of a different hue shift. But then I want to go back to full control. Then I'll just sort of knock it back. And I'll show you this wicked thing called luminosity lock when we start to get into some of the details. So I'll add another layer on top. And what's the next thing? I reckon I might add some of this. So I'll just add, just to really, I've been trying to go a little bit deeper into my color theory as well, which has been fun. Thinking about, I think I mentioned this earlier, just like thinking about exposure, chroma, that kind of stuff. And it really doesn't matter if you're doing traditional, digital, whatever, getting better at that stuff. It just like, I've had some aha moments, put it that way, over the last couple of weeks. DSFF, I'm making a profile for 3D generalist junior artists. I stopped my 2D character study so I can get a job as fast as I can. Cool. Nice one. Yeah, Prime. Yeah, there's a how to install it when you download it. It's pretty easy. You just drag and drop. You just unzip the plugin, drag it and drop it in the plugins folder in Photoshop. And away you go. But if you have any issues, yeah, shout out. Do let me know. Alright, so I'm just adding in some of these. And I want to be looser with this. I tend to go a little bit tight with this sort of stuff in the beginning. It looks jank as hell in the beginning. It doesn't look like anything for like the longest time. And then you start to add in some of these sort of darks. I'm not super concerned about getting the right colors just yet. I would prefer to get I'll start squinting down as well. I'd prefer to get the right values. That's kind of what I'm concerned about. At least at this stage. Well, every stage really, but... And I'm hoping, I'm really interested to see if this helps with my traditional stuff as well, as I start sort of teaching myself more traditional things. Because if you're just working, I might even do like a challenge of sorts to be like, okay, shapes only, shapes and value only, really just like blocking these in. Because you could think about these just as like paint strokes. No blending, the no blend challenge or something like that, I don't know. So I really want to separate these values, these lights, these darks. So we got the pavement here. Okay, what else have we got? If we squint down, where are our darks? So I'll add Loadsy, welcome. Great to have you. Alright, so there's darks in here. There's a whole bunch of darks in here, so I'm just gonna freeform it. This is where I can turn on the hue shifts if I want, just to start adding a few of those variation shapes. Right, just the hues shifting just a tad. But yeah, this workshop, it was for CDW here in Adelaide. It was very, very cool. It was live as well. Like there was a bunch of people that came through, so I was doing it live. It was, yeah, really, really wicked experience. All right, we need to cool these down. Cool that whole shape down. Even darken it up. That feels better. You notice the colors aren't the same. I want to experiment. I want to play. I want to get these values. When we get the values feeling right, then it's like game on. We can bloody just have a blast with the colors. All right, so even just that sort of bit of light, that light of value, can just give you that illusion of that sort of shadow, that light, that time of day, you know. Even if we come up here just with the roof, lighten that up just a tad, that helps with it as well. There's absolutely no reason why this can't be done in traditional, which is what I'm banking on, which is what I'm going to use this more, what would you call it, blocky or geometric way of painting to help me get better at that traditional stuff. So I'd love to do oils, I want to do gouache, I want to do, yeah, all sorts of stuff. Oh, you can't, can you even hear the music? There is music going on in the background. So there you go. Please, yeah, let me know if the music is too loud or whatever, or if you can't hear. I like to have something in the background because it is a stream after all. It's not just me sitting here alone in silence. It's too loud? Okay, cool. How's that? Is that a little bit better? Yeah, because I have my own music going most of the time. Sometimes I also do just noise, what is it? 40 hertz binaural beats or whatever it's called. Where it's literally just like a wah 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 wah. Whoop. Too loud? Is it better now? Is it delayed? Like, cause I'm seeing I'm only seeing your messages as they're delayed. Oh, you meant like real music? Okay. I'll knock it down a bit. Yeah, no, I do listen to real music. Yep. I listen to a lot of real music. But yeah, I also just sometimes throw on, as I said, like the binaural beats or whatever they're called. Apparently good for studying. I don't know. Trips me out when I listen to it for like 2 hours straight, and then I take the headphones off, and then any other external noise, it just sounds, if someone talks to me, it's just like for a little while after. I don't know if that's a good thing. I just heard that like on a podcast that it helped with study, so I was like, all right, give it a whirl. Seems to work ish. I don't know, I try stuff out. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then I don't do it again. CT Cooper. Oh, awesome. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Who are my favorite singers? I don't know. I don't necessarily really listen to like particular singers. Like I like bands, but I'm very eclectic. I like all sorts of stuff. I like Johnny Cash. I like Blink-182. I like Limp Bizkit. I like NWA. I like Snoop Dogg. I like the John Butler Trio. I like Hilltop Hoods. I like all sorts of stuff. I'm getting more nostalgic with my music choices though. Like the stuff that I listened to in high school. It just gives you certain feelings and you're just like, whoa. It can like take you back. What music does, it's crazy. How it can just sort of take you back to a particular moment in time where you're feeling a certain thing. You're just like, far out, I haven't heard this song in forever. And it just throws you right back. It's pretty cool. If it was a good emotion. If it wasn't, then it's not so great. Root Gaming, it's released right now. Go get it. In the description, my friend. Go. You can see a little thing at the bottom. Autofill plugin available right now. So you guys are the first to, this is the first time I've ever mentioned that it's available. So you guys are getting the first release of it, which is kind of cool. And like a thank you for, I've got some posts going out later on in the week, but just sort of like a thank you to be like, all right, you guys are sort of here, keeping me company. All right, let's add this foliage. This is turning into a fun one. I really like the shapes in this, like in the reference. Let's get up some of our style reference. See, this can all like be done in gouache. Like I can see this being done traditionally, this kind of thing. Yeah. So this is kind of the vibe and the feeling that I'm after. GTA San Andreas, man. Oh. Even if you just played me that, I don't even know what it's called. Like it's just like boom, boom, like boom, like they have that weird, like, you throw that on, just takes me straight back, sitting in my living room, playing that for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. But you notice here, I've got this sort of hue variation turned on. So it just gives me this nice little, nothing too crazy, but just a little something. Adding to these, which can also emulate. I've actually been playing around, something that's not in there at the moment, but we've been playing around with adding texture to these shapes as well. So we've been able to figure out how to add noise and sort of paint strokes to it. It's not released yet, but it's sort of like an update that we'll look at coming up. But I'd love to get your feedback on it as well. Like, I want to build this for me and also for you guys as well. Like, obviously, because I'm selling it. Like, unless I'd only be a customer of one, which is me. But it's like, it'll be interesting to see different workflows, you know, how it works in your sort of workflow. Does it make sense? Where can it change? I already know some things that I want to update on it. I just wanted to get it out and get it into the hands of you guys. Good call, Azzy. There we are. So really, I'm thinking about local colors at the moment. Local colors just being I always have trouble explaining local colors. Because I know what technically is going on, but you have to kind of abstract your thinking away from what is actually going on to how we utilize local colors. A good way to think about it, and this is just a quick side note, for like bricks and this kind of stuff, that hue variation is like a lifesaver. Just to add something in there, you know, instead of just like a flat color. Local color. Essentially, it's like the purest form of what the color of that object is, or its property, what the object's properties allow it to be under white diffuse light. I don't know if that makes sense, but basically, if I'm trying to explain to you what color is this, it's green. That's what I'm putting down. Because if this was sunset, these leaves, or a part of these leaves, would be very warm and like almost like an orangey sort of color. So that's why there would be a difference in my explanation to you of what these colors would be. But I'm on kind of like a color theory sort of I don't know, trip at the moment. I'm just like, I'm loving it. So I think if we zoom out, see, we're getting the impression of it just with these simple shapes. Let's add in some of these foreground elements here. And I'm even trying to think, like, just playing around with traditional stuff. I'm trying to think of that real big, because you almost have to think about that big blocky shape underneath everything before you add the details on top. Whereas digital, because it's so easy just to chop and change things, it can kind of be not a great way to work. So if I'm just thinking about these really big shapes, knowing that I can come over the top later on and like add things. For example, all right, I'll give you an example of like this section here. There's like light and dark and that kind of thing. I'm just trying to look at what are these, like the largest shapes in here, like the largest value groupings. So this could be like super dark in here, and this could actually do with a little bit more brightness. And I've been trying to learn as well how to edit my thinking when it comes to values as well. You don't have to be so literal with everything that you sort of do, which has been a help. So now I can come over the top here. We've got some of these beams, and it's not as easy as that, but just as the impression of those beams, I didn't go in and then make sure that I got every single color right. I threw that background color in first of that section and then just sort of went to town over the top. So yeah, thinking more on layers, or more in terms of layers on the one layer itself, has been helping me a lot. Alright, I think we need to darken up some of these shadows. Darken up some of these. Alright, just catching up with chat. Thank you, Random Cartoon Man. Yeah, Hue the hue variation is wicked. One thing you want to work on texture. Yeah, texture is a tricky one. For me, as I'm trying to play more around with texture, it's being loose with it, but also try and think what you're representing at the same time. Why are you putting texture there? And this all comes down to the style as well. Whatever I say here is just based on my interpretation of what I want my stuff to look like. You might want your stuff to look completely different. Melissa, marketing yourself and your digital products like courses and brushes. Do you do any paid ads? It's all organic. Everything I've done for my stuff has just been all organic marketing. You've really got to start to think about the user, I guess, or the person that's going to be eventually buying your whatever, your thing. And it's oftentimes good. Like, for example, I started to make this plugin out of necessity because I wanted it, right? There wasn't a sort of grand plan to make it. It was kind of just like, I've got development skills. Let's see if I can get it working. Got like a quick prototype up and running. And then got Francis on board, and he helped me sort of push it further. And yeah, so from the product side of things, that's how I'm sort of tackling this particular one. But from the courses side of things, I think it's kind of the same as well. What would you like to see? Like if you were from an artist perspective, what do you want to see out there and make that thing? And then marketing yourself, how did you say? Yeah, brush. I haven't done brushes yet. I guess this is kind of equivalent to brushes, but kind of not really. But yeah, there's like so many opportunities for organic marketing if you're really into what you're doing. Right, I reckon that comes first. You got to be proud and like really interested in the stuff that you're sort of putting out. I think, at least. You don't always have to be. You got people that are just like selling stuff and making a shit ton of money just selling random shit. Nothing wrong with that. But I don't know. I think it's more fun if I can see myself as the customer for the thing that I'm putting out there. And it all is a nice sort of the way that I want to set up my career and everything. I want to be able to just consistently learn new stuff and make a decent living from doing that. And how do I do that? Or how am I figuring out how to do that at the moment? Just sharing what I'm finding, like I'm doing now, right? I'm talking about color theory, this and that, like, and doing the thing, sharing my experience. And that's fun as well. You meet cool people, like you guys keeping me company. That's fantastic. I love streaming just for the sake of it. But yeah, there's, I think, as I've mentioned before, the age of the more entrepreneurial artists, more so than ever, is upon us, I think. And it's exciting. It is really freaking cool, I reckon. Just the options we have. See, I'm kind of like layering this up. This is fun. I've got to be careful not to noodle this to death, because I can see myself going crazy with this one. I might even, finish this one up later on off stream, because we are still just in warm-up mode. Let's have a look. What am I missing? What am I missing? You take away, see, even if you take away the lines, it still works. Or it's working. It's not perfect. And even little things like this. Whoop. Little things like this guy here. There, just give it. I even found that on this one. Just adding these little outer things to break the silhouette of the object just helps to give it that bit of realism and like sort of sit it in the scene a little bit more, if you know what I mean. Ah, Swoopy, welcome. We've only just started, so you're not late. You're all good. Taylor, no, it's only a Photoshop plugin at the moment. It's interesting. I don't even know if you can make plugins for Procreate. I don't think you can. FR8 mess. Yeah, that's a good one. That's on the horizon. I want to figure out how to do that. One way around that currently, if I want to cut into objects, right, I'll just throw a mask on whatever I'm working on, so then I can start cutting in just the same. But I would like to, figure out how to have like a hotkey or something to just toggle on and off sort of the deleting and adding shapes as well. But that's one way around that for now, and that's what I use currently if I want to sort of delete shapes. Oh, I don't know if you can hear my stomach. I'm kind of hungry, so you might hear some growling. It's not the dogs, it's me. Oh, frames. Okay, sorry, I didn't know if it was like freight mess. Chibi, welcome. Awesome. A&E. Carla, the simplification of plants is challenging. Yeah. Right. So I'm not completed with this, but I think thinking about them in layers, right? In like value layers. So now if I want to come on top, add in, like I'll squint down as well. Look for these like pockets of shadow. Then let's grab like just a little bit of a lighter kind of layer and start thinking about where that light source is. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out as well. So I'm not used to just drawing plants and that kind of stuff. But as you can start to add in this kind of stuff, you can see it like layers on. And this was something that I saw as a gouache tutorial. Or gouache, I don't know how you say it. I'm Australian, so it can sound funny. You start to, as you add more layers, it almost becomes like Ghibli-esque. If you know what I'm talking about, like that's what you'd have to do, because I think a lot of those Studio Ghibli plants and foliage was done in like gouache and oil. Watercolor. I think, maybe. Just a guess off the top of my head, talking at my ass. I got no idea, but it looks like it. Tanvi, struggle with adding shadows during coloring. With shadows, I'm not sure exactly what you're struggling with the shadows, but what I like to do with shadows is add saturation. So instead of, for example, if I wanted to add shadows here, instead of just making it darker, I oftentimes bump up the saturation. It makes those shadows feel deeper and a little bit less washed out, if that makes sense. So yeah, adding shadows with saturation helps a lot. And I actually got that from when I did a small stint doing oil painting, where a lot of the people I was looking at, they would rarely darken something with like pure black or pure white, because that makes it look sort of chalky. They would add like blue to darken things and yellow to lighten stuff and that kind of thing. So adding saturation in there can actually really help with the shadowy sort of stuff. All right, let's get more nuanced with our shapes. So let's make sure this background feels like it's in the background. Or maybe let's do that on a separate layer, because I've got the background on a separate layer. You notice we got that hue sort of variation in there that keeps going on every new shape, which really helps. But sometimes, here's a good example, but sometimes this is like a good color theory thing. Just because you keep the bright, like in HSB, so the hue, saturation and brightness, just because you keep the brightness the same doesn't mean it's going to be the same value if you change the hue. Okay, for example, if I grab this color, right, I've got this blue color here Whoop. And that's sort of what I want to work within. If I change it to more of a purple and I turn everything black and white, now it looks like there's a UFO in the sky. But I've kept the brightness at 86%. Now this is something that Francis is my partner in this plugin. He's sort of dove deep into, but I knew this from a more traditional sense. The different hues have different values, right? So this is where, see, I'm plugging this plugin, you know what I mean? It is what it is, but I love it because I've been looking for this everywhere and I couldn't find it where it was really clear to use. And I want to make this clearer. But let's say we want to keep the value of this sky section, but change up the colors, but keep the same value. So we can keep the same value structure. Everything's to do, everything that makes something look like something in 3 dimensions has got to do with value. All right, so let's select this blue color, right? Select that, luminance lock. Okay, so we've got luminance lock here and we've tweaked the living hell out of this to get this feeling right. So let's say we want to make it, add some pinks in there, maybe add some more greens. Okay, and we can do this with any color or any shape that you want to play with. Right, maybe we decrease the saturation a bit so it's not as intense. Right, and then if we test this and we go back to black and white, it's the same value, but we've got color variation in here. So I'm freaking excited about this because this unlocks the ability to quickly add color variation while not messing up, particularly if you're doing it in a more painterly style, while not messing up the value structure and being really understanding what you're laying down value wise. So this is something I'm super freaking excited about. But yeah, so then if you go black and white, it doesn't really affect it too much. So then we can come in here, get rid of that big block of shape. Now, if we add some of this in here, and you can color pick. So if you want more pinks in there, it's just going to lock to that luminosity. You do have to be careful though, and this is where you've got to think about what you're laying down, is even though this might be the same value, it's really drawing the eye to this area, right? So maybe we could come here and instead of so saturated, we can like desaturate that pink and desaturate that even more. So it's just a little bit more muted if we wanted to. I actually don't like too much of this sort of these smaller shapes in the sky. So I might even blur some of this out or do something to that effect. But just adding just that, or if you want to be really subtle, just nudge these colors left and right of that original sort of hue. Then you want to get rid of the luminance lock and go back to normal. Bada bing, bada boom. But it's too busy at the moment. I was just illustrating, pun fully intended, that sort of feature. But let's sort of simplify some of this up a little bit. This is where I'd love to get some texture into these shapes. And the cool thing is this works with the brush tool, right? Luminance lock. The hue shifts works with the brush tool, works with all the other tools. So maybe I'll, so I want a bit of randomness in there. Knock out a bunch of that noise. As he go grab snap. Yeah, I might actually. I don't know what I have. I don't know if I've got any snacks. All right, let's get back to this. Get back to this drawing of this. Mind you, this is a warm up, but I'm getting excited about this because it's looking. I'm liking the way it's looking. So we might just hang out here just for a little longer. Then we get into some character stuff. But let's add just another layer. Taylor, oh, I appreciate it. We got 80, do we? Oh, bloody hell, don't tell me that. It stresses me out. Thanks so much, Taylor. It means a lot. Tim, does a plugin work with Photoshop 2021? I believe it works with I know it works with 2023. But if it doesn't work with your version or whatever, if you can't get it working, I'll just refund you. It's no stress there. Carla, no worries. What do you thank me for? Oh, no worries. Yep. All good. Ashin, good to see you. You got it, Jethro? Awesome. Melissa. Yeah, without looking at your IG profile, it'd be hard to kind of give you any tips. But again, I think a lot of this social media stuff, people talk about the algorithm, they talk about this and that. Replace the word algorithm with person or people, and that's what you should focus on as well. Right? You as an artist, what do you want to see in your feed? And it's hard to be objective like that sometimes with your own stuff, I know. But that's, I mean, I could go off on social media and that sort of stuff. But it was interesting, right, with the YouTube channel. I got most of my traffic just from YouTube off of that like my first video. It was only a very small percentage that came over from Instagram as well, so maybe it's giving YouTube a shot, right? Maybe try streaming. Again, I don't know what your goals are, what you're interested in doing, etc. But yeah, it's I think of it as a game, and the follower count doesn't matter. I'm very appreciative of it. Appreciative of it. I love it. I love it. It's I'm very thankful for the people that are following me, put it that way. But at the end of the day, I think it's more important the content that you're putting out on a regular basis versus an arbitrary follow number. Right? Well, not even on a regular basis. I would much prefer to not put out anything for a while and then put out like something that I'm really proud of versus trying to hit some arbitrary like content number or like how many times I have to post or whatever. All right, let's play around with the line tool. This is shout out to Duncan if you're in here. Mixter, you absolute legend. Thank you so much. Really, really means a lot. Man, I've gone a week off of streaming, and my brain's got to get used to catching up with chat, drawing, and everything else. But man, I did miss it. All right, let's actually play around with some of these wires, like the telephone wires. And I'll play around with the little line tool a bit later on. Got some of these, which gives it some perspective as well as these start to go back in space. Got a bit of perspective going on. And I oftentimes find that this lasso autofill tool, the shape autofill, is like a good starting point, and then I'll come in with a brush and then do whatever I want to it after. So I can sort of just come in here and just start scribbling away. Let's bump up the saturation. The value, sorry, not the saturation of these, because these are very different kinds of rock or stone or whatever they are. Let's warm them up a tad. Dale, Ghibli and most old cell animated use poster color. Oh, that's it. That's it. The poster colors, which is kind of like a weird opaque watercolor that's very cheap. Yeah. I don't know if I should make a new one or keep trying to make it work. Yeah, I don't know, Melissa. I've seen some people make a new Instagram and it sort of worked out for them. I don't know. If you've not done anything like nefarious, like buy followers and that kind of stuff, which may be detrimental to your account, I don't see a lot of value in starting again. Because if you still got people that are looking at your stuff, there's no reason why you have to start again. I feel like that's almost a procrastination kind of thing, because I've had that thought as well. I was like, oh, do I start it? Like, if I start doing different things, should I start again and that kind of thing? I reckon change up the content first. That should be the first port of call, because you've been posting content for however long. Stuff's not working. Let's try some new things. Think of it as a game. Because I don't even look at the likes, right? Like I do, and I'm very great. Again, I don't want this to sound like I'm ungrateful for any of this. This is fair. It's kind of changed the trajectory of my life, to be perfectly honest with you. But what I look for, particularly because I'm trying to share what I've learnt, I'm thinking more about what indication do I get that this is valuable to someone. So I'm looking more at like the saves and the comments and the back and forth versus just the likes. Because in particular, if I'm doing like a pop culture character, the person that liked the thing might just like that character and didn't even look twice at my profile. They're just like, boom, cool, like, off you go. You know what I mean? So you got to think about your target audience as well. And again, I don't know. I only know from my experience, and I'm trying to figure this stuff out as well. But yeah, I've got lots of thoughts. I want to start writing more on this stuff as well on my blog. Root Gaming. Hold on. Root Gaming. There's a README file on how to install it. Kativa. How you doing? Lazy Studio. Good to see you. Victoria, you're excited. I appreciate it, Rika. This is it's a game changer for you. Oh, that's awesome, Prime. No, glad to hear it. Yeah, so root gaming. So you extract the plugin. So now you've got the folder, and then you add that to the plugins folder of Photoshop. whether you're Windows or Mac. If you take a look at the little README text, it shows you how to do that, and then it should show up in your plugins sort of thing. You might have to restart Photoshop as well just to get it to work. All right, I reckon this is coming to an end-ish. I know there's a lot that I could do with it. We need to keep it moving. Keep the warm-ups. I mean, what have I been going for, like an hour now? Keep the warm-ups going. All right, maybe we do some some sketches, that sort of stuff. Fahar, yeah. Look, this is a good way, like simplifying these things down into really simple shapes, to even see like how some of the old masters did it with their oil paintings. You look at it up close and it's just like all these random little shapes, right? Like, what is this? You know, what is all that? But then you zoom out and it's like, oh, it's a bloody roof. So that's what got over my over rendering of things, or I'm starting to play more, because not everything has to be super duper rendered. I mean, you look at like Sam Does Arts sort of stuff, beautiful work, but then you look at it up close and it's just like somewhat, I wouldn't call it rough, but it's a lot looser than, say, a fully rendered 3D model sort of looking thing, which I want to kind of move a little bit further away from, or do like a hybrid between them. I think that could be fun to just explore different styles and sort of mix and match, that kind of thing. All right. I appreciate it, Mixter. Means a lot. Akua, welcome. Jethro, thank you so much. I'm curious how what did I study and read, and when practicing, what was your process, exercises, master studies, etc. Cool. All right. So while I get a reference image for some character warm-ups. Actually, you know what? Let me just come here quickly. I've got some let's do some figure stuff. Some figure sketching, because I really enjoyed that. So I've got one that I wanted to play with. So this is a Dorka stock. So it's like free stock images on DeviantArt. So definitely go check them out. And let's have a look. I did this kneeling man the other day, I think. I want to play more with that as well. And this is the Pose Archives. Highly recommend checking these guys out as well. It's another free. They've got some free, but they've also got some paid, as well as a Dorka stock as well. So go support those guys. They're doing good work. But let's have some fun with this one, hey? Oh, let's group this. Shabam. Copy, paste. There we go. So yeah, Jethro, I'll talk through my study sort of process as well as we play with this and see how we can push it a little more. So for me, if I was starting again, right, I would go through and really think about at any one particular stage what I want to focus on. Just like I'm doing with these environment things. What do I want to focus on? I want to get better at these kind of environments, understand how light works on environments and that kind of thing, and start folding it into my study plan, right? Now, I don't want to stress myself out and say, oh, I've got to do like X amount of this and that, but this is also just me as well. Certain other people have different motivations and different ways that they like to learn. For me, consistency is more important over everything else. If I can't keep consistent with something, it doesn't matter how many hours in one sitting that I do, it's really doesn't matter to me. So I would look at what I'm focusing on, what I want to focus on. Then I would start to gather reference of people as like a yardstick to see who am I looking up to, what's my definition of good, right? So I've got like a goal to look for. Now this doesn't have to be from one person. It can be from multiple artists, and I recommend it is from multiple artists. Say if it's character design, maybe you look at like Jin Kim or TB Choi or something like that, right? And then in each study session, have a focus, because I get overwhelmed, like even say with anatomy. Say I'm trying to learn anatomy and think more and more about anatomy. Instead of me going to like draw the whole body and be like, okay, start with the skull, then you go down to the neck, then you go this and that and this and that. And it's almost like the equivalent of reading the dictionary before you start practicing writing a story. I would just give it a go first up and then adjust. Okay, so here if I'm having trouble figuring out where and how this arm sort of fits into everything, then I would go through and go, all right, that's when I would study, and I would go like on the hunt for information. If I'm trying to figure out how to do color variation and how light works, I'd go on the hunt for books, courses, this and that for that particular thing, and then sort of plug that hole, or at least have a I can like intellectualize what I'm doing wrong, and my hand-eye coordination might not be up to speed yet to get everything feeling exactly the way I want it, but at least I can start to think, instead of shooting in the dark, you know, which it can feel like. It can really feel like I'm just like shooting in the dark and being like, well, what do I do? Start somewhere and give yourself something to progress with, you know, instead of trying to tackle everything at once. Now, I hope that makes sense. I could go deeper, but I'm getting sick of listening to my own voice. Thank you so much, Luna. That really means a lot. And welcome. Okay, so I want to see how I can play with some of these shapes. How can I simplify? And again, just like there's some parallels between this and this. Simple shapes. Real simple shapes. Geometric shapes. Pushing them, changing them, experimenting. Prime. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some tutorial videos on it. Definitely. Let's add in some smoothing. I'm not afraid to just completely nuke my original drawing. That's something I wish I told myself. It's just like, if it's not right, it's not right. Don't keep fiddling about with it. Figure out what's not feeling right and start again. Or push through. Just make a decision, don't just noodle away. Doesn't help anyone. Playing with different like head shapes, different head silhouettes. Yeah, nah, there's a lot to study, Jethro, which is also exciting. It's great because it never ends, but also it never ends. So there's yeah, it can definitely become overwhelming, and I've felt that and still do sometimes feel that as well. Ashley. Ah, great to have you. Oh, that's awesome. Sorry to hear you've not been enjoying it. Why is that? Why haven't you been enjoying it? I'll go through that as well. So don't feel like you're alone in that. Maybe this hand is sort of holding on. Maybe she's going for the bloody golden snitch. Who knows? This is where we can start to play, right? Her eye line is like here, so it should really be out. Ah, been there, Ashley. Yeah, I feel ya. Yeah, so like with this, for example, what I'm doing here, I've got a piece of reference. I could be very literal with it, and I could make sure that everything is feeling just right, and it's all realistic, and it's just studies and that kind of thing, and it's all blah 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 blah, you know, nothing wrong with that. You can learn some things, but what I want to get is like the idea of this, and start pushing the shapes, simplifying things down, and having fun, just trying things out. And because this is kind of technically still a warm-up, I don't know, the blurring of the lines between warm-ups and what is the real thing, I don't know, in these streams at least, because there's no real goal to them. It's just sort of just having fun. But like, yeah, changing the, even in the beginning, as you're starting to sort of do more like quote-unquote fun stuff for yourself, just changing little things about the reference. Like just this arm here, give that a shot. Like, try and figure out how to get this sort of hand feeling. Speaking of hands, anyone seen Marco Bucci's hand tutorial? That was great. So yeah, try and, at least if when working with reference and studies, start small. This would be my advice. Start small and tweak a couple of things. And as you get more and more confident, and you're like, oh, this looks half decent. Okay. Now I'm starting to build up my confidence. And now I can maybe do a whole, eventually do like a whole character that's just completely made up. That arm is way too long. And it doesn't look right. Anatomically. But that's fine. We'll figure it out. Victoria, it's this brush that it's called the Long Skinny. I just made this one, and I'm playing around with it at the moment. I'll add it on my Gumroad soon, I reckon. I'm just sort of tweaking it a little bit. But you can make this yourself. It's literally just like like this, that shape, with some texture behind it, and it's got some shape dynamics Nothing crazy difficult. Let's take a look at this one. Let's knock it back. Maybe we take this one further. I don't know. I do not know. Maybe I'll quickly clean this one up, do another one of this guy, and then we can decide where we go from there. His body's way too small. Micah. I appreciate it, my friend. Good to see you. Yeah, definitely, Ashley. It is a process. It sounds wanky. It sounds like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. But it is. You do have to give yourself... Because what good... This is what I had sort of came to the realization. What good does beating yourself up do? Does it help you get better? Does it put you in the right mind space of wanting to do more? No. Sometimes, although sometimes I do like to give myself a little pep talk that might not be super kind, but beating yourself up about stuff instead of just doing the thing doesn't help anyone, especially not yourself. I appreciate it, Ashley. The hard thing for you is to be able to say, yep, I'm done. Yeah, me too. I still struggle. When is this finished? Is it not? I don't know. Now this, I want to think. I'm going to keep the mouth pretty neutral to begin with. But I want to add some more emotion there later. I don't want to get caught up in that right now. This is a bloody tricky pose. Let's see if we can break it down. Maybe I'll lighten this background just a little bit, just because it's sketch time. Not a fan of the face at the moment. We'll get there though. Yep, prime, definitely. Yeah, very, very Harry Potter. You got the golden snitch here. Ray, good to see ya. Welcome. So I'm trying to make this feel more stylized. It's a little bit stiff though. So I'm not loving it. Eyes bigger maybe. This is where like, yeah, experimentation comes in. Nothing wrong with messing about. Especially at this like low risk stage as well. Alright, let's take a leaf out of Marco Bucci's book. So I think from memory. So for like inventing the hand, start off with the square or the block. You got the thumb, you got the Wi-Fi. This is a great thing, like I'll always be learning from other artists as well. It never ends. Let's merge these two together, so we're just working on the one layer. Yeah, cartoons, yeah, going from realism to stylization is tricky. It definitely is. Big thing for me is simplification. How can you simplify those shapes? There, so let's have her looking up. Feels a little bit more dynamic. Let's knock it back and clean up our thinking a little bit. There's a lot of scratchiness going on here. We can then refer back to the reference as well, if we need to. Yeah, this is going into the awkward stage. Because she's kind of... What's going on, Thug Guns? Good to see you. Now this shoulder is going to be a tricky one. If we look here, there's like all these creases and stuff that we want to simplify, because I like it how the shoulders sort of popping forward. So how do we emulate that in our own way? Michael, thank you so much. That's awesome to hear. That really means a lot. Doing good, doing dishes, watching Mario movie. Oh, Sun Guns, very nice. What do you reckon of the Mario movie? I haven't seen it yet. I want to make this feel more intense. It looks like she's a little bit too kind of relaxed. Alright, let's turn in a corner. Chris Pratt Mario ain't that bad. Ooh, Thun Guns approved. I like it. By the way, I've been struggling with the forms of the upper leg when drawing people recently. Any tips? The inner thigh forms are freaking weird. They are. Without going into a full anatomy lesson, I guess it's like, how can you simplify these shapes even further than you are at the moment? All right, how can you really, like even this leg here, I'm thinking about how that kind of tucks into the pelvis. And I'm trying to kind of emulate that here, but on my own style kind of thing. But yeah, the inner stuff is tricky. I think Procreate actually has a good little video on it. I'm always guarantee he has a good video on it, but one that I've seen. So it's like drawing like the pelvis. But for me there's a point where this kind of stuff just doesn't become helpful. Particularly if I'm looking at reference. And I think he talks about this as well, like how to go from the more structural kind of looking at the pelvis. And just dips down further, I think, and blah, blah, blah. And then taking this to actually putting legs on the bloody thing. One thing that I did find though, with the pelvis in particular, is the legs don't actually start from like in, or what you see, there's like this bone that comes out of the pelvis itself. So this is the greater trochanter, I think that's what it's called. Right, so you've got like the ball and socket sort of joints in here with the pelvis. But this is where you get some of that. These are really pronounced here, but you can sometimes see them. And that's where the kind of hips are. Right, which then gives you like there's also this kind of triangle shape with the legs. So if we simplified the legs, I said I wouldn't do, you got me. Good one, Thun Guns. You got me going. Congratulations. But let's say we're just doing this like thigh. One little shape that helps me with the inner thigh is this other little triangle in here. Right? So if I'm drawing it from the side, okay, say this is the inner thigh of the right leg. Right, and then you've got the calf here. There's like this kind of thing going on, which helps me as well, which gives a little bit more, there's a little bit more information in there rather than just this straight line. There's this thing going on there as well, if that makes it. Don't be sorry. Nah, I love this shit. Nothing to be sorry about, man. Catch you later, Prime. Great to have you. Shinobi. Thank you so much. And there is absolutely no reason why you can't draw like this one day. I'm living proof. No wishing needed. Yeah, so with the knee, then thinking about how that kind of bone sits back here, and then you've got the kneecap, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, this little triangle thing, particularly how you mentioned for the inner part, really helps me. Azzy, I've been drawing on and off for most of my life. There was, since I was small. But yeah, on and off, like sometimes I would swap and change hobbies. Like I would go way deep into like guitar, and then other times I would go way deep into drawing. I wonder if there's a way to actually like make it a little bit more dynamic. Because I mean, writing like this forever with that like calf like flexed all the time, I don't think that would be a very comfortable way to write, from all my experience of writing on broomsticks. So maybe we kind of like flick the legs over one another or something, so it just makes it more realistic that okay, she's trying to hold on while she's sort of leaping forward. See, it's making these little tweaks as well that can really sell the idea of what you're trying to do as well. Sometimes you're overthinking stuff and it is what it is, but Crunchy, the power to draw really well. Thun Guns, I'd appreciate you if you didn't mention that. I couldn't. Hey, welcome. That's not good for the story that I'm trying to tell. Tiger Salmon, welcome. Great to have you. So this is where I might actually, I don't think it's appropriate to put a sort of anatomy book on stream from a copyright perspective, not like, well, both copyright and I guess like nudity and that sort of shit as well. But trying to figure out how I could simplify some of these shapes while also holding true to how the body would actually do its thing, you know. So I've got the neck here. So this is what I'll do. These streams are bloody, they're all over the place, but let's say I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. So I might think about the skull. How am I viewing? I'm kind of looking on top of her a little bit, not a lot, but like enough to have some of this stuff going on. So then her neck, we can imagine if that's true, her neck's kind of maybe sitting in her head like that. Okay, then the pit of her neck would be somewhere around there, her rib cage like that, in there somewhere. Let's knock this back a little bit as well, just so we've got something to, no, move that one down, yeah. So then we've got, if we can kind of imagine a bit of that spine, how would that sort of weave in and out? Maybe we actually see a little bit of that side of her, like the back as well. So it's kind of folded. So you see, if this is like a piece of paper, right, you'd see like a little bit of the back, or the other plane, I guess. Now, drawing through, she's reaching forward. Let's say the clavicle. So this is an anatomy lesson. This is just me thinking through something without using reference, which is kind of tricky. But I might even snap a photo of me in this pose if I was doing this for real, for real. Alright, so that's there. Then the arm would come out this way. I'll do this just for fun sometimes as well. I'll just try and think about all the inner workings of how this happens. It's almost like training with weights on, or like running up a hill with weights on. This shit's hard enough as it is, but I'm like, all right, I want to make it a little bit harder. Let's figure out what's actually going on inside here. So if we think about, this is just from memory, so I'm going to get some stuff wrong for sure. We think about this, shoulder blade, wrapping around underneath, got the rib cage. This doesn't look quite right, but whatever. Then we think about the arm. How does that, we'll see the top of that there. Then we've got this hinge joint. Okay, then you got that elbow. That's why I put that little like point there. That's like an anatomy thing that I learned about the kind of elbow. It's like a stylized anatomy thing. But this arm, this sort of your forearm, is kind of hinged into this kind of elbow joint thing, and it's got the pointy part comes from your forearm. It's not attached to this upper arm. So we can think about it that way. A lot of this is going to be hidden, and this pointy part is connected to the ulna, which is the outer part. That this little pointy thing here. So you got the, that's what I'm talking about here. So your elbow, basically, the pointy part of your elbow, you'll notice, how do I even show this? But basically here, and like this elbow and this ulna is like connected. That's like the one bone, and then you got like muscle and stuff over the top of it. So that's how I'm trying to think about this. It's not perfect by any means, but that's going kind of like back in space this way. This is sort of wrapping around this way. So again, we're playing on hard mode right now. I'm trying to really challenge myself to understand what's going on, so there's some logic to it. For no other reason than it's fun. This doesn't help necessarily. It does help. Actually, no, I lie. It does help. Because I'll find things that don't make sense. Like this ear. Something that I just see right here. I can make this ear feel more like we're looking down on it rather than we're facing it front on. So it's gonna just add that little bit more. So we'll redo the ear. So there's a little bit more direction to it. We're looking on top. See, because we're seeing more of this. There might be a little bit of a shadow there. Alright, so we're looking more on top. If we were to simplify it even more, think about this as like a cylinder. Like we're looking on top. I mean, she could even have earmuffs. We could do that as well. It could be winter. But just to give you that visualization of, okay, I'm looking on top of her ear. This is all the stuff that you might not necessarily see when you look at a time lapse of mine or other people's. But a lot of the time we're thinking about this stuff. Just like Kim Jong-gi said in my video. I love when I've heard that him say that, I'm like, oh shit. He's like, yeah, it's a shame you can't see the invisible lines that I see. I'm like, damn, man. It makes so much more sense now. And even maybe the hairs like coming over top of the ear even more. Right, so that did help us. So it makes a little bit more sense. I'm going to see less of the jaw because we're sort of looking down. I'll get back to chat. Francis. Everyone, say hi to Francis. He's the co-creator of the autofill plugin. Oh, shivers, Regal. The autofill plugin available right now in the description. Say hello. Yeah. That's it, Thun Guns. Oh, Victoria, very cool. You got along with the med students. Yeah, definitely. So actually, let's take a 10-minute break. All right, I'll just catch up with chat, and yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll reconvene, and we'll keep just diving deeper into this. Maybe this is more of an anatomy stream, and then we can fill things in and have some fun with it. So yeah. I think that'll be a good idea. So I'm just catching up with chat. Yeah, that's really cool, Victoria. Yeah, some like PT friends and people that I've talked to. It's like, yeah, you can say, oh, you know what, like the sternocleidomastoid, whatever muscle is, and like how things are like insertions and that kind of stuff. I love it. Waven. I've got a XP Pen 15-inch Pro something. I can't remember the exact name of it. It's a screen tablet, but I use it just like as a normal tablet. I'm looking at my screen in front of me. But again, every stream I say, Wacom, if you want to sponsor me, and you want to send me that 27-inch 4K beautiful looking screen that you've just released, you know where to contact me. Okay, putting it out there in the universe. But yeah, because in this workshop that I did a few days ago, I had a chance to actually, my first time playing around with a Wacom, like a big one. I was like, oof, I need this in my life. So yeah. Amigo Gatto was drawing the whole night. Just got in bed, but you make me want to draw more. Why we only have 24 hours in a day? That's what I feel like. That's why when people are like, oh, I don't like, it makes me so sad when people are like, oh, I'm getting frustrated with drawing, because there is this point where it just becomes so fun. And just letting go of that frustration, or as best you can. I still get frustrated, I'm not going to lie. I get bloody frustrated a lot. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, it makes me want to stay up late and do this thing, and I don't even really know why. It's just that kind of. See, I said I'm gonna go on a break, but I'm still here. Yeah, it's just that it's that puzzle. It's like a big puzzle, and we're making the pieces. You know, so anyway. I appreciate it, Waven. Welcome. Good to have you. Imagine they just get bombarded. Not bombarded. Like, I don't have that many people that are watching this, but you know what I mean. Just like, who, what? Just, yeah. Oh, that'd be wicked. Imagine. All right, I'll be back momentarily. Let me just throw on a little, let's lighten this background up as well. I feel like it's looking a little gray. Then maybe we try and color this one as well. That could be cool. We sort of play around, even if we don't do the whole thing. Yeah, all right. Let us play. But first, back in 10 mins. Okay. Whoop. Mark, missed you as well, man. All right, I'll be back. Hello, hello. Let us continue. Thank you, Azzy. Azzy. Oh. All right. Now I'm at a crossroads. What do I want to do? I'd like to do some rendering today, just like do some painting. So I might. It would actually be cool to kind of show like the anatomy study as a painting with this character. So you kind of like have the character reaching out. Maybe you see like the joints here. But then you've got the normal hand here. You got the snitch thing here as well. But then, yeah, you've got like the anatomy, and it kind of is just like cross sections, showing some anatomy study. This is how I keep it fun. I keep the anatomy stuff fun. I'm not just like isolating, but I find this stuff fun anyway. But yeah, let's do something like that, I reckon. Let's play. So I'd like to clean up this here. That shoulder's gonna sort of be coming in front and down. I wonder if there's like a modern equivalent to Quidditch, as in, you know, like you have like the Olympics and it's not all old school, old timey kind of vibe. They've got like lycra on as if they're like cyclists, but they're all like legit athlete sort of thing. I don't know. Now I'm going to do the line work up until a point where it helps me with rendering. I'm not going to go super crazy with the line work. That's what my next YouTube video is going to be on as well. The whole line work. sort of workflow. I didn't watch Euphoria, no. I have not. Toki, welcome. Good to see ya. It's about this time where I'd love a cup of coffee. But I shall resist. I'm jealous. Got the green tea. Alright, so this is where we can get stuck into a bit of trouble. Because there's a lot of foreshortening going on here. So that's where I'd imagine the pit of her neck is going to be, somewhere around here. So we imagine that clavicle's coming up there, then that's going up there, then I'm going to figure out what she's going to wear as well. I actually like the idea of that. Right, got the autofill still on, toggle it off. Sort of stepping down. Okay, that's going to be tricky, but I'll get to that later. We'll, we'll get to that later. So the way I'm feeling about it now is that if we were to simplify this whole thing into like a cylinder, this is the angle that we're looking at. Like our whole body is kind of sort of facing back into space here instead of like side on, which this one, you still got some of that dimension here. But here this feels just a little bit, particularly all this, I've sort of widened up her legs in perspective a little bit. So that one's going off in that way because she's trying to like balance herself a little bit more. So then I'll just do this. I'll just look at my own hand. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, Losh is fantastic about that. But it's all learnable, right? It's all figure outable. Okay. If we just go for it, do we just start rendering? Probably not. I feel like I want to do one more pass. Just to clean some of my thinking up. So I want to think about that angle of the head. Right, that's kind of the angle that I want to see more of the top of her head than the bottom of her head. Yeah, I think getting clear on the broom would be good. And this isn't super clean line work that I'm working towards either. It's just enough to give myself a guide when I come through and do the render. Flip canvas, good idea, Unguns.
Like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, Sugar Beats, how you doing? How's my brain? Yeah, not bad. Will the main light be in front of the character's view? Yeah, I don't know yet. I gotta think about that. Yeah, I've tried. I've gotten back into some traditional. Yeah. Just doing like real simple. Just trying to figure out the medium because I've done this very briefly in the past. Hold on, I'll change the half. Yeah, that sort of stuff. But yeah, I've done gouache very briefly back in the day, like super briefly. Like only done a couple of them. Same with oil painting, and it's a weird one. They're tricky. Fun guns, no, that was gouache. I see a lot of people use it like watercolor, at least in the beginning. And then they sort of layer it over more opaquely. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, you look at James Gurney does that a lot as well. I've been watching a lot of his videos. Yeah, Gurney is the gouache god. That's for sure. This is my theme song. Yeah, this is an epidemic sound. This is like, yeah, copyright free sort of stuff. Nico, oh, this is, yeah, good point. This is kind of not the warm-up anymore. We've been going for so long. We're just going at the moment. Now, this is gonna annoy me. If it doesn't feel right. That's awesome. Yeah, Tasmanian devils are nuts. They're creepy little things. They're cool though. Oh, I took a photo specifically for stream to show you a huntsman spider that joined me on the car ride home. Let's have a look. You see that bad boy? Look at that. I stopped at a light and yeah, just saw him crawling. Here's a big one. And I almost thought it was a frog. Like this is him riding along on the car. And he kind of looked like a frog to me. It was like a big one. It was like a decent sized little huntsman spider. But yeah, it was hanging on. The freaky part is if you don't know initially if it's in front or behind the glass, like inside or outside. So you kind of just like, oh shit. But those ones are harmless though. They're not going to do anything to you. They look nasty. But that's about it. They're not too bad. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he was outside the window, Thumb Guns. Yeah, thank God. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. No, I think it was I don't know. It had a fat backside though, so it could have been a female. I don't know. What's his name? I got no idea. I don't give a shit what his name is. He can bugger off. Just because they're harmless doesn't mean they don't freak me out. But no, I won't be drawing him. Or maybe he's like hanging off of here. And he's like, oh shit, not again. But yeah, I took that photo just for you guys because I know there's always questions asked. About Australian wildlife. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know the girls had a temperament to them. What would be creepy as if like spiders had a sound? That would be even worse. Imagine that. Well, I don't even know what noise they would have. It's like ah. Yeah, I think I might do this as if she's like an Olympic, like athlete. As if this was in like the modern times. Or somewhat modern times, maybe. That'd be a kind of cool angle with it. All right, Twisty, yeah. Oh, so you're based in Australia? I think Huntsman's are in Australia only. Oh, they might be all over the place. Who knows? I do not know. What's an opossum? Is that a different kind of possum? Thumb guns, I'm right-handed. Ah, New South Wales, nice. They do that, don't they? They stop right above the entrance of the door. You see that. I see that a lot when I find them. Or maybe it's because you're looking at the door to walk through and it's something different. I've had it multiple times out the front of the house. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the eyes right now. They're okay, but they could be, I don't know. I feel like I want something different. Yeah, maybe this end is more slanted this way, as if it's like meant for speed and precision. Around Sydney area. No, it wasn't cute. Catch you later, Azzy. Good to have you. Bugger they're sneaky. I had one in my bloody shorts pop out. Oh, the creepiest thing is when you like feel the weight of them. Like if you ever have to, like, you accidentally touch one, or like I had my shorts and it was like in my shorts and I like flick the shorts, you like feel it and it's like, it's like an animal sized thing. It's not like a little spider. It's like got weight to it. Yeah, freaks me out. Oh, very cool, sugar beets. No, I'm down in SA, South Australia. They are heavy in more ways than one. Let's take it from the top. Oh, yuck. You can hear him scurrying around. Oh. Yeah, not a fan. They sound funny and cute. Yeah, nah. Daddy longlegs are a good way to get over your spider phobia. They literally don't have big enough mouths to bite you. So they just, and they're kind of like slow-ish as well, and they're kind of chilled, and they don't look like your typical spider. They're kind of cool. You pick those up all the time. Well, I don't know. I don't pick them up all the time, but I have done. And they're just real chilled. They're probably like screaming, like, get off me. But I can't tell, because I don't speak daddy longlegs. The land of terrifying Cody. Yeah, but I tell you what, I've never seen a spider in the wild. Not a spider, a snake in the wild. Those things I'm freaking terrified of. Never seen one in the wild. I've gone hiking, I've done all that sort of stuff. I'm sure there are some within a foot of where I was standing and I just wasn't paying enough attention or whatever. But yeah, it's not all crazy. Seen sharks though. Caught sharks. Yes, sharks are no fun. Yeah, jumping spiders are pretty cool. Yeah, I could imagine they would cause damage through car accidents. Yeah. Is that like a legit thing? Because I wouldn't doubt it. Oh shit, really? Okay, don't go picking up daddy longlegs though, then, if that's the case. Yeah, don't. This is not a wildlife suggestion stream. I don't even know what a wildlife suggestion stream would be, but this isn't it. I will not be held responsible for daddy longleg bites. Yeah, brown snakes are freaking terrifying. The thing is, I'm not as afraid of sharks because I just won't go in the water, so they can't get me. I just go stand on the beach. I'm like, come on. What are you going to do? Nothing. But if I put myself in the situation, then it's like, well, okay. I'm going into their territory. Whereas with snakes, they can just be about anywhere. Just because we live in the same world. In the same environment. Yeah, I don't know what outfit I'm going to draw her in. I'm thinking maybe like an Olympic kind of, as if she's a runner. So this is like the Olympic Games of Quidditch or something like that. Art tip, don't pick up spiders. Yeah, that's right. That's my biggest art tip for today. Don't pick up spiders, particularly if you're in Australia or visiting Australia. Oh my God, I saw I don't know if I talked about this before in a previous stream. I saw a photo of someone holding, like a tourist, holding a blue-ringed octopus. Like, how close they were from dying is unbelievable. Oh, gives me chills. Because it's a cool looking octopus, right? Nah. It was like a news story. Now, I don't know about dying, but you wouldn't be in a good way, because I don't think there's any anti-venom with the blue-ringed octopus. So I wouldn't want to test it, but they can be very deadly, I think. It's like a neurotoxin or something. Should we hold scorpions? I don't know. I've never seen a scorpion, but no. Just as a rule of thumb, don't pick up anything. Leave them alone. Don't even pick up your dog. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, it seems like they like to be picked up most of the time, but if you imagine if you're in their shoes, they've kind of got like no free will for the most part, because you can just pick them up whenever you want. And they've got no way to tell you if they don't want to or not without getting aggressive. So it's kind of just like, oh, okay, well, all right. Here we are. You've picked me up. Yeah, like maybe she has sneakers on or something. Yeah, like Sugar Beats said, like sponsored by Nike, or she's got like a number here, or I don't know. This is just complete random ideation. And then if we get another layer here, I think her ears would even be lower down. Yeah, that feels a little bit better. So then if we give her like what kind of goggles is she gonna have? Oh no, I don't hate this. I don't hate how this has turned out, but I don't love it either. There's something about it. There's something missing. But it just could be that awkward stage. Hey babe, check out this Sonic the Hedgehog looking squid. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, Twisty. Oh, fantastic. Interesting. Yeah, that's the tricky part. There's no like fundamental things, but there's something, I don't know. Whether it's the composition or just yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm pushing the shapes as much as I want to be. Like I want to stylize it a little bit more than it is. This is where style reference would actually come in pretty handy. So maybe it could be worth cracking open Pinterest or something. Just, I don't know. I reckon it's to do with the face, like the stylization of the face. Just not where I want it to be. So let's try something else. Let's like big rounder eyes. Maybe they feel more expressive. She looks like these feel a little bit more expressive. So now we got some dimension happening. As soon as I did that, now we can see just the peak of that other eyelash sort of creeping through. Let's think about how this head's structured. Lucky ducky. Welcome. Great to have you. Stream's been going well. Yeah, look, there is something about the broom. I think it could be foreshortened a little bit more. You're not wrong, Twisty. I reckon even maybe that could feel a little bit better. I think that does. Yeah, look, sugar beets, I'm kind of thinking the same thing. Just start coloring and see where it ends up. I do like there's more intensity in this expression. Yeah, color time. Let's just do it. Bugger it. Famous last words. Okay. So we got our lines, more or less. Let us duplicate the lines, merge them all down, hide the old lines. Just name this color. All right. Now let's toggle on the autofill selections, which again is a plugin that's available right now in the description that I've worked on developing with my friend Francis. So it's this one here. So I'm just going to make just a shape to start with. Just a rough one. Just around everything. Or we can even start just cutting in some of these shapes as well. Because I feel like, at least at this point in time, I see shapes better than I do see line. I don't know about you guys, but that's kind of where I'm at. Because I can noodle away at like line forever. And as soon as I start to get some shape happening, then things start to, I don't know, it's a weird one. It just starts to feel better. Makes more sense. Nico, 6:23 in the morning, far out. It's 1:57 p.m. over here in Adelaide, Australia. Also, her bicep would be more pronounced because she is an athlete. Yeah, it's interesting. Would it though? Only because we've got to think about the muscles that she would use. Right? Maybe she's not using that. I feel like her hips and things like that would be stronger. Just like a bike rider, for example. Bike riders, I don't see them as having like big muscles necessarily, or like upper body strength, because they're riding something. They're riding a bike. Whereas like a netball player and that kind of stuff, they're moving their hands and arms all the time, which would sort of make more sense. But you could be right as well, so we'll play around with that. And particularly if the arm's outstretched, the bicep isn't going to show here. This one is the only thing that might show a little bit more as well. Yeah, it really depends on how in depth we want to go with this character. Bam. So this is where, just like I was doing with the leaves before, we were sort of like breaking that silhouette. We can do something that's similar with the hair as well here and just have fun. Because if she's going fast, right, these hairs are going to be like whipping around, doing all sorts of stuff. That's if she wears her hair like that. Maybe it should be tied up to keep it from doing that. But, or this is just practice. Who knows? Who bloody knows? I don't know. You tell me. No, I don't like that. Twisty. 2:30. Ah, yeah. So we got the half-hour time difference. 1:27 in Brazil. Can she be catching like a gem? Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking this is like the golden snitch. If we're just straight up doing Harry Potter, it could be. But you know, right? I guess there's different players. If we're thinking this is Quidditch, this could be a completely different game as well. But how they like hit, some people like hit stuff and throw as well. So maybe there might be a little bit more muscle to her. That's something to take into account. Also, she could have a cornrow. Oh yeah. Nah, that's cool. That's not a bad idea actually. So you can have more this sort of stuff going on. So it's like longer, flowy sort of stuff. Yeah, we can do all sorts. Let's play. All right. So let's use that shape, that base shape. Start blocking in some of these skin shapes. Still not sold on a hairstyle. Still not sold on a lot of it, to be honest. But we can start. So yeah, now what's her? Let's look up some reference. Hey, let's go like in her like Nike athlete woman. I like this kind of feel. Yeah, like something like that. Almost like, so maybe she has socks. Something like this. That gives me enough to go off of. So yeah, maybe this is all skin here. And then but we should really not have any of this through there, so that shows that she's got sort of like that sports bra sort of deal going on. I like the idea of having the socks as well. Yeah, that's kind of cool. She's catching a grenade. NLW, great to have you. And thanks so much. She's catching a small onion. It's a race and she has to catch crystal like bug things to use as fuel. Give her clogs. Bringing back some of the old school. Alright. Yeah, I think there's something funny here we could, I don't know, just not as typical as what we've got going. Not like this is typical, but I mean it's pretty kind of standard, I guess you could say. But we're tweaking it with this idea of like an athlete on a broom. Let's do the hair maybe. Just as a color. We've got to mess around with the hair. I kind of just want to get all this blocked in so I can merge it all down and just paint and just play. Color of the shorts. I reckon dark shorts, light top, or light top, dark shorts. Dark shorts, I think. But we can always change this after. It really doesn't matter. I like the twist. Like we've pushed that elbow down even more to compensate for the arm. There's like a sort of push down a little bit more. I like what we've done there. Still not loving it, mate. I don't know. There's something. I hope it looks better soon. Let's play around with this color. you reckon? Maybe like red? Yeah, there's a lot to mess around with, even with the hair. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Blue, maybe? And maybe we could do those like Nike, like these kind of more like an orange Nike sneaker sort of deal. I mean, I don't hate the idea of this. It's just this, yeah, the execution we gotta work on. Almost like lacrosse-esque. So it's a little bit too like crazy. I like it to be more like concentrate rather than like I'm manic. Yeah, look. Sugar beets, I don't hate that idea. Eva, I'm from Australia. Adelaide, to be specific. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, sugar beets mightn't be a bad idea to sort of copy, and it's just a time thing at the moment. I kind of just want to get going with it. I think there's something here. There's too much of a back showing, I think. I think for what we're trying to convey. Yeah, this would actually be up higher. Just looking at that. And then this might drop down just a bit more as well. That might make more sense. Yeah, probably. Maybe not. Oh, noes. Gouache just had you fumbling the values trying to do gradients. Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm not against color picking. I just don't do it because it doesn't help me. You talk like color picking off of the reference. It doesn't help me at all. I don't learn anything from it. So I'm just focusing on like the local colors again. There's broom, wood color. Maybe we do more of like a carbon fiber sort of deal. I don't hate the wood color though. We've got to cut into this main shape, so we'll use a mask. Come in here, cut that out. Yeah, we've got to do some finessing here as well. Yeah, got that sock color. And maybe it's time, yeah, let's just save it. Quidditch girl. There you go. It's time to knock down the background just a tad. Let's play with some color variation. No worries, sugar beets. Oh, that's good. That's good, Twisty. All right, this is where the luminance lock is going to come in handy. So let's unlock it. Let's select this skin color, luminance lock. Let's just start adding and shifting some of these colors around. I want to add the saturation a little bit more. There we go. That's what I'm after. So now we can start to add very, very subtle color variations, but it's not messing with the value. This is France is an absolute legend for figuring this out. So now I can start to say, okay, there's a little bit more saturation here. Maybe more in the reds on the knuckles, the pinks. Maybe got more pinks on the nose. As we can like knock it back as well. We don't have to be as sort of blatant with our color variation. And we can knock down the luminance a little bit as well. So it's a little bit darker if we wanted. There's something very anime-y about this. And these are only guides as well, so I'm not going to keep them like this. I might blend them in a little bit more. Let's knock the luminance up just a tad. So maybe because she's out in the sun, all of their arms just a little bit more red on like the tops of them. Even her legs. Knock that back. Alright, now let's think about the light source. Maybe we try and take the light source from this. So it's kind of top down. There's going to be sort of shadows underneath here. Let's grab this, remove the luminance lock. Let's get like a bluer So it's just like a really nice way to work, just blocking these shapes in. Whether you use the plugin or not, I think it's just like not a bad habit to get into, just to help to think a little bit simpler. Because once we, whoa, excuse me, What was that? Let's get multiply. Yep, yep, yep. 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 Yep, that's what I'm after. I was on the wrong layer. So even down to the arms, the hand, really simplifying that, knowing where the light source is. So it's coming top down. We can really show that this dips into shadow. All of this might be in shadow here. This elbow, there's an opportunity here to cast the shadow from the elbow. Now she's at night. Onto the leg there. And then that leg can have shadow. Maybe all of this is in shadow as well. This broom's going to be in shadow. These legs are going to be in shadow, I think, as well. Yeah, there's something going on with the hair and that sort of stuff in there as well. But we'll fix it. Don't you worry. Yeah, so Twisty, that's a good question. So I try and, group my lights and my darks as best I can, right? So I want to be really clear where my shadows are and where my lights are. And the tricky part is having those transitions make sense. So having them feel like the shadows sort of, like, I think a lot of it is in the mid-tones, the issues that I have. So the transition between the light and the dark. I don't like to go full value range straight up. So you notice that this is kind of more like a dark is this black. Nothing here except for some of the sketch lines is really that black, and I might not even go that black. But particularly, I haven't even gotten near the whites or the lights yet. So I sort of creep up on them. That tends to help me a lot when I'm trying to figure out the lighting scenarios. And then like for here, for example, I'll start to knock in the darker darks. Where it makes sense. Like in here, all in here is going to be much darker. And I'm trying to think logically about it as well. I'm not necessarily relying, because I'm making all these shapes up. Right, there's no piece of reference that has this sort of character in this particular scene, short of me actually 3D modeling her up and doing it that way as well. So yeah, just really like creeping up on the values. Like yeah, really can help. I hope that does that make sense? Also, we've got to figure out what we're exposing for as well. That's something that I've been thinking more and more about. So where are we going to see a lot of the detail? So I think we expose for the light, so maybe the shadows, we compress them so they don't have a whole lot of how would you say? They don't have a whole lot of contrast, so you don't see a lot of the the detail. Doesn't mean that they go darker necessarily, so that might not be the right move. But just having that difference between, just that really clear difference between the light and the dark, I'm thinking more and more about. So if we're exposing for the light, it means that there's not going to be anything that's super bright. Like here, it's kind of exposed for the shadow. So you'll notice like in the light, the detail kind of isn't there. It clips, so it gets like really bright. Right, but in the shadows, you can see a lot of the detail. Even in here, you can see some detail. Right, whereas if it was opposite, and we were exposed for the lights, these shadows might be a lot darker, or they might have a lot less contrast between all the details. And the lights, we might be able to see a little bit more about what's going on in here. It's a tricky thing that I'm still trying to figure out myself. But yeah, it's something that I've got to consider nonetheless. Yeah, I don't know if you can... Yeah, I've had issues with links in chat in the past, Twisty. I'm not sure. Let's add maybe vignetting her with like a sky background color, like something like this. Could make sense. Then what we can do is we can come over with like the, maybe, let's go multiplier, particularly for our face. I want to darken up some of these color variations. Okay, yeah, I don't see the link in there, Twisty. Yeah, I don't think you can add links into this one. But a lot of the time, the midtones, what you're talking about, it is that struggle with those really, really subtle value shifts. I'm gonna have some fun playing around with that on the face as well, because there's going to be a real subtle, like this is going to be lighter here. This is going to really be subtle, sort of folding down this sort of side of the face, the side plane, as I start to sort of sculpt out some of these forms. And it can be really tricky. Let's cut into this hair a little bit as well. More so what I was thinking. It feels a little bit better instead of just that real poofy sort of. But I'll come in and mess around with that even more. Let's start modeling the face. Actually, what I can do, I will come through, I will duplicate. I will, do I collapse it all? I think I collapse it all. Yep, so now we're just working on one layer. Now we can start modeling. And just really think about, okay, where's the light source? If it's coming down this way, let's just make a little note of the light source as well. We'll just go light source, bam, okay. Just got to think about that. Let's get rid of that whole thing. That feels better, actually. And then maybe it's just a couple of flyaway hairs because it's like hair going back. That's maybe what didn't feel right. It was just too. And a quick tip with this plugin as well. If you want to do like some of these really like dynamic kind of lines, just get the lasso tool and then just come back over it. And that can do all sorts of things. That can be like good for leaves, right? It can be good for like hair, like I'm doing here. It's just like a nice little like dynamic sort of thing. I was actually playing around with that yesterday when I was doing some plein air kind of stuff. It feels like messing around with a puzzle a lot of the times, only that you have control of how many pieces there are. Yeah, I've made that same analogy many times. But that's the thing, I guess it's figuring out the extremities of the puzzle. How far do you want to go with the pieces? Right, because there is no like end pieces, you can technically keep going forever. It's good to think about like the black and white, like maybe I think this sky, maybe she actually blends in a little bit with the sky. I don't know. Maybe that makes sense. But here, I know that this is going to wrap round and it's going to start wrapping around. So I know that this value has got to be a little bit less. So I'll just start adding, whoop, wrong way. Start adding these stair steps. That's sort of where the this sort of side plane is going to be. And then I know, okay, well this might dip back up. So there's going to be like a little transition here to dipping back up with the cheek. And then we can use maybe this same transition shape down the side of the face here. We can blend this whenever we want, but I'm just going very shape based, I guess you could say, for as long as I can. And then we can, I'm waiting to add the goggles later. We'll add that after I've figured out the face. Even this nose, I think up here could have like a plane that's a little bit lighter. Right, it's all about planes. You know this already though. Planes and practice. Oh, PP. Planes and practice. But everything in the light is still going to feel like it's in the light. Everything in the shadow has got to feel like it's in the shadow. So what's that rule? It's not a rule, it's just an idea. The lightest part of the shadow should never be anywhere in the darkest part of the light. Wrap your head around that one. So if there is like the lightest part in here, right, it should never be anywhere near as bright as the darkest part of the shadow. One layer every day. Yeah. Yeah, it would have a look in 80. Like just everything, like all this, just like skin would just be like. But this is, but yeah, what I'm talking about with this stuff, it just takes just a bit of care and patience, and it can be frustrating as hell because you'll find stuff as you start going. It's like, oh, I forgot that, I forgot this isn't looking quite right, blah blah blah. And it's just sort of the name of the game, really. So here, there's going to be like a transition color, right? What is that transition color? Let's try and figure it out. So we're going to go up in value, just a couple of steps. And then there's another transition color, just up in value, another couple of steps as well. How's that looking in black and white? Yeah, not bad. But this eye, let's... Let's think about this. So the eye, there's going to be shadow on this white eyeball, is going to be a little bit darker underneath there. This is going to be darker in here. This is going to be darker. This sort of transition of the face there. This is going to have a shadow underneath the lip. We don't want to make it look like her mouth's open because she's kind of like that. Yeah. Oh, good fact, Sugar Beats. Appreciate it for those listening at home. Harry Potter is in fact a wizard. Typically at the bed bug line. What's the bed bug line? Never heard of that. Yeah, that's the thing. That was something that I didn't quite understand as well. Looking at real life versus like paintings and that kind of stuff. There's so much editing that goes on with the painting itself. And there's this thing called dynamic range, and it just gets pretty into the weeds with that sort of stuff. But I've been diving deeper into it as of late. And it could be something, yeah, maybe it's a challenge for me to just see if I can explain it as I learn it. Even though it's a pretty heavy sort of topic. Let's merge this down again. Let's cut into some of these shapes using the mask tool and the sort of autofill layer. This is a way to help sort of carve some of these shapes into a more stylized kind of feel as well. Just sort of come through and edit some of these shapes. It's looking a little bit muted for my liking. I want to sort of up some of the saturation and color variation and that sort of stuff. So that's something to focus on as well. And maybe have some clouds in the background. or something, or have the background moving fast, or yeah, I don't know. I wonder. Ah, yeah, the Terminator line. Yeah, I asked you last time. You and all the Eblin fam should watch it. Yeah, I've heard that. The Puss in Boots. I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, we should get Mum, Dad, and Courtney to watch it. Alright, so I might just go around the edge here. I want to still keep this graphic feel to it, at least at this stage. Then I want to edit and blend certain things and keep things more graphic and just really play. I don't know, this is just a fun, what is this, study session number 11. Fun digital study times. And that's what it shall be. You must have fun, or else. One thing I must mention, I've not had coffee, and I've been going for a few hours, and I feel great. So, to my future self who thinks that you need coffee to get through longer sort of streams or work, Right, let's work on this face. Maybe I like to change the hue of the sky. Maybe I can, I don't know, just throw in some quick clouds or something. So now it looks like she's actually, they look a little bit like Andy's room from Toy Story clouds, but what are you gonna do? Just for now. Because the same light source is going to be affecting these clouds. That's affecting her. Got to keep that into account as well. Still something off about it, but that's okay. We will get there. We'll find out. Let's discover what's wrong with this. I've found a lot of value in just shaping these things and painting with shapes. I actually saw this with Zach. I think it was Zach Retz when he was doing this. But he was using like the pencil tool and just doing really simple shapes. So where are these lightest planes? So the lightest parts should probably, yeah, be on top of the nose, on top of here, maybe even there. Maybe the eye isn't. Yeah, maybe that's more in shadow. Let's add us some more color variation. Add birds flying past it. That could be a cool little thing as well. Yeah, I won't worry about too much of the background just yet. Drink water. Hey, hey. There's this feeling recently that everybody keeps doing better than me around me. Day by day, it gets worse. Well, that's just your regular, like, yeah, comparing yourself to other people. It doesn't do you any good. And that's just that, really. And it's easier said than done to just don't compare yourself to other people. I know it can be bloody tricky to just be focused on you and how are you going, how are you progressing. That should really be the only thing that concerns you, because that's the only thing you can control. All right, I'm trying framing it like that. Helped me not worry about what others are doing and just be like, all right, well, I'm spending all this time worrying about what others are doing and oh, I'm not good enough and blah blah blah. It's like, well, okay, if I want to get good or to a level where I think I'm good enough, do the work. Get it going, you know? But again, easier said than done. I'm very aware of that. And I don't want to sound flippant when I say that, but it really, that's all it is. It's just from a pure logic standpoint. And okay, if you want to get better, looking at other people and getting negative feelings as to how you're not up to their standard yet, keyword yet, does not serve you in the least. Not one little bit. But I have those moments as well, where I'll look at my work and be like, oh, I'm not as good as this person, that person, blah, blah, blah. But then it's like, so? And what? Now what? What am I going to do about it? Top entertainment clips. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. 1 a.m. What are you doing up? Yeah, sugar beets. Yeah, coffee. Love-hate relationship with it. Yeah, hairband. Good call. Good call, Sugar Beats. Let's throw one in there. Yeah, I'll figure that out. I'll keep in mind headband. I've got to do some more thinking with the face. I think the chin's too big. Like if you're like that. Maybe I see a bit of her teeth even. But the teeth are going to be in shadow. Nah, there you go. You just change that little bit. You look at yourself. How does that look? Now that looks more realistic. Even though it's a completely unrealistic kind of character. You get the feeling that, yeah, she's like biting down. Even put a bit of a darker. And shout out, I've not used the brush tool yet. Except for with the sketches, mind you. But so it's all just shapes. Because I've fallen in love with the Into the Spider-Verse sort of style. And a lot of this is inspired by like Rob Ruppel's work. He's very, very shapely. His work is very, very shapely, I should say. I've never seen him in person, so I can't comment. Nor should I. Frenchie, how you doing? Good night, Omega. Yeah, it just makes you not feel great, and then it makes you not want to work. And I think it's a sophisticated form of procrastination. I think I've even seen that in myself. Comparing yourself to others and feeling a certain way about it is a form of procrastination. Even I've found it myself, even my anxiousness sometimes that I have, it's like a sophisticated form of procrastination where it's just like, oh, for whatever reason I'm stressing out about X, Y, Z, whatever. It's making me not want to. How's this background music for this topic as well? It's making me not want to do the work. It's what Stephen Pressfield in the War of Art talks about as the resistance. There's always something that pops up. There's always something. So I think it's just a practice, just like going to the gym. Silencing those feelings that aren't helping you, that aren't serving you in your goal. Just getting on with it. I did not mean to time this with very inspirational kind of music. It was not my plan. Let's see if we increase the lights. Where can we put some of these like highlights? Does it make sense to have? Yeah, I agree, Twisty. I like to do something good for my body, so I'll go to the gym because it's all connected, right? Your mind, your body, all that sort of stuff. So what I'm eating, how's my diet, that all comes into it. How I'm feeling, which can give me a better session, because it's all fueling your brain, which is what's making all this stuff work, right? Yeah, I'm down for watching Puss in Boots, Sugar Beats. You're not wrong. I just gotta have that song on repeat. Everything I say. Victoria, I feel it right now. Right here in my trapezius. If I had a bar of some sorts, not like a drinking bar, like a bar to hang from, that helps. I do pull-ups, that sort of stuff. I do back exercises, stretching it out, taking breaks often, which I'm not doing on stream, which is naughty. But yeah, that sort of helps, and it kind of goes away. But it's probably not a good thing to have it in the first place. I think it's also got something to do with the height of the desk, which is why I would almost like to get like that big Cintiq eventually. Shout out Wacom, we know you're watching. To just have it all ergonomic instead of just like stuck this way. But I don't know. Maybe it would make it worse. Yeah, Adam Duff. Yeah, he's a cool dude. I've never met him, but he seems like a cool dude. Mr. Hannah, Mr. Wacom is watching. I wish. Oh, right. So you've got a little Wacom Cintiq and you're sort of on top of books. Yeah, that'll, because you even think about doing that. You're just like up, and then you kind of just like holding that position. And you do that with any position. You sleep in that position for too long, you get like a sore neck. No, I draw on an XP pen, which is, but I use it like an Intuos. Like it's got a screen on it, but it's not high resolution enough. for my liking. Oh, very good, sugar beets. Chippy. That would be funny. But I've got my eye on that 27 inch 4K beauty. Well, let's think about here. I think this would actually have some of this. Yeah, good call, Twisty. Yeah, I've got an iPad as well. It's good. What I want is Apple to come out with a 27-inch Mac, but it's touchscreen just like the iPad. Basically just an iPad, but 27-inch screen. Oh. Imagine the possibilities. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it wouldn't change my workflow too much. It'll just be cool to have. I don't need it. I really don't need it. So there might be just like a highlight here. So I'm just being kind of looser with these, because even if I'm loose, if I've got the light source feeling right, then it's going to feel right. If it's not, doesn't matter how much fiddling I'm doing with it, it's just not going to feel right. Maybe the headband's back here actually, so maybe we throw the headband in there now, because I'm seeing that. And that's going to be in shadow as well. These bits of hair are going to cast shadow on themselves. And the interesting thing with these shadows is even the shadows, they're lit by a light source. So I can even imagine these planes being a little bit lighter because they're lit by the skylight. Even though that they're in shadow. They might not be that dark, that light though, so we might just knock them down a little bit. What's with you and 27? Me and 27. What's 27? Oh, do I keep choosing 27, do I? That's it, reverse psychology. Victoria. The portability and the screen is beautiful to work on. Procreate's a great app as well. I know of professionals that are using it. So it's really, if it's within your budget and you just want to be sort of sitting on the couch and kind of drawing away, and I mean, yeah, the portability is great. Definitely. But yeah, everything that I use here, apart from this plugin now, you can use in Procreate. Yeah, so most all of the tools, and I think they even have like an autofill sort of thing in Procreate. But you do have to pay for Procreate. That is another thing, but I believe it's a one-time payment, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so if this material is that kind of lycra, it's gonna have maybe more of this kind of shine. Might be a bit shinier-ish, maybe. We can add like the Nike tick or whatever later on. Let's go black and white, and let's move things around. Upside down. How is it looking upside down? I do this sometimes as well. How is this looking upside down? Does this make sense? What doesn't make sense? Where's the light source? Let's even darken this down a little bit maybe. Whoa, too much. Sugar beans. I try not to look at my phone on stream. No, she didn't. It wasn't Cheryl. Oh, 27 inch. Sorry, 27 inch. Because when I saw that, I saw like 27% in the saturation as well. I was like, is that like a number that I use all the time? Catch you later, Twisty. Good to see you. Yeah, I think it does. When you do selections, you've got to change it. I think last time I played around with it, you could. Yeah, that's yeah, thumb guns. So, yeah, my Procreate was 1300. Comes with iPad Pro. The golden snitch it. Yeah, that's cool, actually. Yeah, I got this my laptop refurbished as well. Nothing wrong with refurbished. It all works. And you get it for quite a nice discount sometimes. So yeah, I just added a bit of interest with that shadow on her legs from her body. I think it could honestly even be more. Push it out to like there maybe. She's like leaning all the way over. So yeah, I said I was exposing for the light, so all the shadows should be really compressed. So even here, let's make these even darker. Because there's not enough contrast here at the moment, I don't think. It's too subtle for my liking. So let's even... Doesn't mean we can't show form, mind you. But I would like to have more contrast. Oh, sorry, less contrast in the shadows and darken the shadows right down. I even wonder if we do this. Oh, how weird. Oh, that's an... Oh, okay, that's fine. Whew. So if I grab my levels, I wonder if that can help me out a little bit. Compress some of these values down. Which sort of mutes it a little bit, but we can add some of that color variation back in later and like bump up the saturation. But from a values perspective, is there a way that we can actually do this with curves maybe, instead of losing all that niceness? I don't want that, I want to go down in my lights. Yeah, maybe, Let's do what we did before. Get our levels. Crunch the darks. Knock back the lights. This is all messing around with like exposure and what I want out of this. And then we can maybe add back in some saturation. Just a tad. Just on this layer, and then we can continue to tweak the values and get it to where we want it to, because now we've got a bit more room to move. Because if we look at our lightest value here, it's like 86%. All right, we want to really be careful of how much we're using that if we want to add like highlights and that kind of thing. So I might even knock these down even further and only save them for those like real little highlights, which is going to give it, I think, a little bit more of a sense of realism maybe. We'll see. We're still working through this, trying to figure it out. We'll get there. Yeah, Hannah. That's not a bad. I do like that as well. Almost even do if we did like a sepia tone. Yeah, this is it. This is an issue as well. Correct. So this here, if we can just darken that right up. Does that even... So then we could be coming here and be like, all right, well, is that even where stomach should be? Maybe it's more like that. Just to show that difference. And then we'll have to adjust that because then it looks like the leg is here. Or we just make it all black and don't worry about it. At least it looks like an arm now. It's an old one. Nothing spectacular. I couldn't even tell you the name of it. It was bought from Officeworks many a year ago. I need an upgrade. That's what I do need. Yeah, I like that silhouette. It makes sense because she's more stylized and sort of her proportions are all sort of kind of all over the place. So having that cut in, even that little bit there, gives it a little bit of something. Let's make this guy gold. Whoa. Oh, hold on, no, I'm thinking the light source is a point light that's behind. It's coming down this way, so this is wrong. Wrong. Alright, that'll do for now. We will fix that up later. Or will we? I don't know. Let's get rid of some of these sketch lines. Alright, thumb guns, catch you later. CGI visual. Start from wherever you want. If you want to know about a particular thing, start there. If you want to have it more structured, go for it more structured. That's the way I would tackle it personally. But thank you. No, glad to hear you're getting something out of it. Oh, do you know what would be cool? There's like full on like pterodactyls in the background. So it's like some crazy dinosaur age kind of deal. This is where I might, yeah, come in with the brush tool. CGI, it's a plugin. There's a link in the description to it. It should be a potato. It was not a bird. It was a pterodactyl. Sugar beets. Oh, sugar beets, get your sleep. You'll thank yourself in the morning. It is the morning for you, but you know what I mean. Still deciding if you should keep sleep hard as your fuel. You're going to burn out your engine. There's going to be nothing to fuel. Tomislav Arts, good morning. Okay, I'm going to remove that. James. And James. Toodaloo, James. Oh, sugar beets. Good one. Regis, welcome. Alright, light source coming down here, coming down here. There's going to be a kind of transition here. I think there's got to be some surgery on our head. Quick tip as well, if you're going to do some like surgery and like cut things out and then you're like, oh, hold on, turn off the autofill, and you want to move things around, duplicate the whole thing. So then when you move things around, it's not such a stark difference between that and the background, so you can kind of judge things a little bit better. And then when then merge them together, so then it's not so much of a stark difference. And it's just a little bit of filling in. Yeah, I wonder if this side plane is that dark. Let's see if we can lighten that up. Just a tad. I think that makes more sense. And then we lighten it as it just a little bit. Comes there. And then if we think about this as a 3D form, kind of wrapping around that way. This could even have a hint of that brighter value. Not too much, just a hint. And because there's bounce light, this is going to catch a little bit of that bounce light up in here as well. And some of that underneath there, and even a little bit under the nose as well. So I'm just going to keep finessing this. Let's change the brush settings, opacity, shape dynamics. Yeah, keep that thicker. Cool. Maybe block in the goggles. I don't mind this kind of, these shapes here. It kind of looks like ink. So how these goggles gonna go? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Inspirational talk now. I know. You've got to believe. If you don't believe, no one else is going to believe for you. All right, catch you later, Mark. Sorry to hear about your internet. Yeah, because I really like VR stuff. That's the headset back there. I don't think you can see it. Probably not. Yeah, and I just decided to draw myself in VR. Or as if I was like coming out of VR. I do use a tablet with a display, but I use it as if it's not a display, if that makes sense. Yeah, it went really well, Thomas Love. Yeah, I just did a couple of quick little things, trying to figure out the medium, which was good fun. Let's think here. How would this actually sit on her face? There'd be shadow. Definitely shadow here. Shadow coming through here, but we might even have a little bit of reflection of sorts coming down through. Feels a bit more realistic. There's a little bit of a lip to it, you know. CGI, yeah. Yeah, it's actually today. We just released it today. I've been working on it with my good friend Francis. A dab of that light bluish pink on the upper edge of the nose to separate it from her arm. Where are we talking? Yeah, it's not going to matter. With the, but that would have been a good idea because of the blue sky. No, very good idea. We can even have some of these down here as shadow. This sort of become darker because it's in shadow. I mean, he's getting there. Slowly, but surely. The hair I've got to think about. So I reckon we cut that all off. Give her a bloody haircut just to start with. Toodaloo. So now we can go back, add autofill selection. I mean, she could have a pixie cut. She could have more of this sort of thing going on. But this is a good way to actually see, is this making sense? If her back is like that, how much of it would we actually see? And then is it better from a silhouette perspective to have something like that going? I don't know. I think it looks more controlled. Like it's better if it's more controlled to some degree. But also you don't want it to be boring. So I still want it to be like whipping around. But at least here, we've got this kind of cool line of her back and how she's kind of stretching forward. We might even see just a bit more of her back there. But let's rasterize that. A little bit more of her back. That could actually be in shadow. Then we're going to need shadow underneath the hair. For show. For show, for show. There we are. Actually might have some of that. Shine on her hair kind of thing, maybe. See, I freaking love it. Is, yeah, I'm selling it, but I freaking love this tool. It is just for getting ideas out. It's wicked, and I don't care who knows it. So yeah, how you doing? Time is up. Awesome. Yeah, let us know. Please let us know. Feedback is going to be great because we want to keep developing this and just keep tweaking it to stuff that I like and hopefully stuff that you guys like as well. So, you're good to see you. Regis, Quill VR. I have heard of Quill VR. I haven't played around with it yet because this is like the Quest version 1. I don't know if it actually takes, if it could handle that. But yeah, definitely heard of Quill VR, and it's something that I would love to get into. Sugar beets, not particularly. I mean, Pringles, yeah, they're good. Like, they taste good because they're just salty as hell. But yeah, I like Pringles. I don't eat them, but I don't not like them. You know what I mean? I'm very very strict with my diet, generally speaking. So if you offered me some Pringles, I'd be like, no thank you. But if I had to eat them, I wouldn't. If there was no other choice, I would not be upset. Now, I love to add things like whether it be tattoos or, I don't know, something that makes them, like freckles or just like skin variations. Like they're pretty extreme. Just something. Just gives them some like reality, you know, like they're like a real person. Doesn't have to be crazy. I mean, she could have a tattoo. Also, if you're not on fair skinned people like myself, you'll notice that this side, I mean, I don't go outside too much, but this side is a little bit darker than that side. Like, this is ghost white, like you can see almost through me. So that could be something to take into account here as well. So I might go in with like a screen layer mode. And keep in mind where that sort of top plane would be. Knock it back a little bit. It's just something to keep in mind. Might not work. It might work. Who knows? Like maybe a little bit back here if there's like tan lines or something. It's a little bit too much maybe. Probably go too far, and then knock it back with the eraser. There we are. That'll do. Merge it in. Now let's have a look at this broomstick. There's so much I'd love to do. I actually like the idea of keeping some of these lines in here as well. Almost like she's got yeah, that's fine. Merge all these together. New layer. Thank you, Legrand. Yeah, it's something I've been focusing more on. It was a conscious decision to add more color into my work because that's what I wanted. I thought it would bring more to sort of what I'm offering in my paintings, and I'm really enjoying it. And it'll change as time goes on as well, you know, which is the exciting thing. As I discover more, I mentioned at the beginning of this stream, I've been going deeper and deeper into color theory. And there is a rabbit hole, that's for sure, that I'm looking forward to going deep into. I wonder if her head's too like tucked back. Ugh, really? Alright, I want to isolate everything that I've done except for the goggles. Invert the selection. Okay, so now we've got the goggles separated. The freckles can be on their own layer. That's whatever. Bada bing, bada boom. Goggles on, goggles off. I think the neck can be stuck out a little bit more. So let's try that. Get everything in the hair. Because she's really trying hard to capture this. So you'd be like stretched out, I would imagine. Maybe we'll get rid of that. Let's see if that makes sense. So I'm kind of talking in half sentences today. Probably not just today, but my operating system only runs on one one thread. I'm trying to paint and talk at the same time, which is cool, which is a skill that I'm trying to get better at. Sometimes I've got to talk a little bit slower and choppy like I am now, because it's going back and forth between painting and talking. My brain, that is. All right, now we've got to assess. Better, worse. Okay. Version 2, version 1, version 2 wins. That feels better. She's like reaching forward. She's got to connect her neck a little bit better. And there's things I'll see on a time lapse. I'm like, oh, why didn't you see that the whole time? But you'd be surprised how much stuff that you don't see for a very long time. Kind of looks like she's got pigtails, which is not what I'm after. So let's maybe knock back some of this hair. You think you should have an undercut? Maybe, maybe. Ari, good to see ya. What is this tool? Are you selling a yeah, so I'm selling this one that me and Francis developed, or Francis and I. Yeah, so it's just that sort of quick selection autofill tool with randomness and luminance lock. Yeah. Fills whatever you want when this is toggled on. So you can fill it with whatever color that you want, as well as a lasso tool, whatever shape. And you can do hue shifts. So if you want a little bit of randomness in your hue shifts, you can have that as well. And you've got luminance lock, which is, let's say we want to put some color variation on the on this broom. I'll grab this. Now it's locked it at its perceived luminance or brightness. It's not actually brightness, it's luminance. So it's like it's not just capping the brightness here. So now if I want to add some sort of subtle, I'll do the autofills, and then I'll make it so we're working within. So you'll notice if I go into black and white, if I add some of these color variations, I'll reduce the saturation just a little bit. It's all the same value or very similar values, so it's based on the perceived sort of value there. But yeah, no, I love it. I'm very happy with it. Oh, thank you so much, Kubo. Means a lot. From Colombia, awesome. All right, catch you later, sugar bees. All right, you can get some sleep. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, the brush works as well with the hue shifting. So you'll notice if I take off luminance lock and you want to shift the hues. Oh. I'm in the wrong layer. So every stroke it'll run the spectrum if you've got it to like 360 degrees, or you just want little color shifts. just a tiny little bit. You can sort of knock it down when you do the paintbrush as well. So yeah, hope you have some fun with it. And I want to figure out people's workflows with it as well, because I'm discovering new things as I run with it as well. So I'm just going to keep these in here just because I can. I'll play with some of these hue shifts with the paintbrush as well, maybe. But let's maybe add like a band of something there. Yeah, I want to figure out how to do shortcuts, like keyboard shortcuts with it. Because I don't think, at least from what I've seen at the moment, that Photoshop allows us to get key bindings from a development standpoint. But I'll keep having a look and try and figure it out. I appreciate it, Tomislav. It means a lot. But yeah, any feedback would be freaking awesome. Hold on, I've just got to take this. I'll be back. Give me 2 moments. All right, my apologies. Maybe your forehead's too big. Maybe that's what I'm not liking about it. Maybe we need to knock that forehead down. Yeah, maybe that feels a little bit better. I don't know, does it? You tell me. It does feel a little bit better. I'm really digging this more painterly approach to stuff as well. It feels more freeing. But also playing with like different workflows and that sort of stuff. Light source coming down this way. And then this, yeah, maybe these shadows, this is all in shadow. Always tea time. How you doing? Good to have you. Random void. Cool, okay. Nastya. Yeah, I am. I'm running a little bit low on energy. So I might call it in about 20 minutes. But I'm proud. I went this whole thing, no coffee. Random void. How long have we been drawing? As in, just in general, or today? Just in general. On and off for most of my life. So I'm 29. And yeah. So most of my life been taking it more seriously, less seriously. More seriously over the last couple of years. Not even like seriously, but it's become more of a career kind of thing. Why do I wear a cap indoors? Very good question. It's just a habit. I used to play baseball. I used to wear caps everywhere. And it means I don't have to do my hair for stream. So there's a time saving aspect to it as well. Paleo Doom, good to see you. Welcome. At this time it's kind of an awkward time for me. So around now, it's 4:19 p.m. Or I'll be hopping off probably in about 15. But I sort of got to get dinner ready and all that sort of good stuff. And my energy sort of starts to dip around this time as well, unfortunately. Time zones suck. Oh, random boy, you gotta get to sleep. You gotta get all your tests done. Paleo, yeah, it's been good. It's been good. Day of drawing, can't complain. Cannot complain. What about you, Pat? How you doing? That would actually cut into her hair as well, so there's something to keep into account there. Thanks, Thomas Love. We actually need to change the name. That's something that if you guys have any suggestions on names, because there's already a plugin called Shapeshifter, and that's it. But it's like an AI thing for Photoshop. So we've got to change the name. So yeah, just keep an eye on that. Nastya, yeah, I've got a Discord. Link in the description. Ah, Paleo, let's go get some sleep. Vijay, hello. Welcome. Great to have you, and thank you so much. Azzy, yep, still live. Not for long though. Not for long. And thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Random void. Gotta get to sleep. It's not good. But you do you. You know what you're doing. Maybe I'll do a quick once over cleanup, and then maybe we look at this one again next stream. There's still maybe I have some different ideas around it. Oh, that's annoying. Let's get rid of that one. Yeah, there's still something that's bugging me. So let's go. So what I mean about cleaning up the shapes, I'll just go around and do this. I feel like I would have really liked to push the shapes a little bit more. All is not lost though, doesn't mean I can't. You got gym tomorrow. I love gym. It's like the ultimate bludge lesson. You need sleep for gym though, if you're going to get through it. Maybe that's a cooler composition, that. Yeah, I want to keep playing with this, but I've got to go soon. So light source here. Oh, what album? What album do I like? I don't know, the way I grew up with music, I like singles, like particular songs. Very seldom did I like a whole album. That was just me. I don't know if anyone else was like that. There's no shortcut necessarily, but it's just toggling this on and off. The autofill selections toggle. Yeah, so that enable for none. So hue shifts, turn them all off. Autofill selections, turn them all off, and then everything will be like normal. I think there is an issue. I know there is an issue with the anatomy a little bit. Alright, I reckon I might call it. Call it for the day. Lots to do on this one. Lots of tweaking and bits and pieces. But it was fun. Something a little bit different. Out of my usual... It's not too far out of my usual style, I guess. But it was definitely more on the experimental side, that's for sure. I feel like there's got to be more going on here though. Like I wonder, just really quickly, if we add in some foreground clouds. Kind of gives it more of a little bit more of a story. Not even story, just looks cooler, I guess. Yeah, that felt a little bit shoehorny. Just trying to get those birds in there. I think something like this, maybe with a stronger rim light on the clouds themselves could make some sense. Might have to do some cloud studies just to make sure that I've kind of got the vibe of what the clouds should look like. And then maybe there's different levels to this. So then we have like blur, motion blur. So then we've got some zoomies. So there's like clouds that she's going past. I don't know. I think I've been looking at it too long. Whoa. All right. I've said this a lot. All right. All right. Let's call it a day. All right. Let's call it a day. All right. Let's done. 3, 2, 1, done. All right. It is. But hold on. See, it's a compulsion. No, now I'm just putting things in just because. Okay. Help me someone, I can't stop. All right, that's enough. Done. Well, not finished, but that was a fun session. So we I would like to quit PureRef, please. Don't save, don't worry about it. So we started off with some more environmental studies and then ended off with this lady. Still something about it that I'm not too happy with. Don't know what, but maybe if I sleep on it and don't look at it for ages, it'll come to me. But it was fun. Regardless, it was fun. And thank you everyone for popping in and keeping me company. Really means a lot, as always. Good to be back. Oops, sorry, I think my phone's gone off. Let me just catch up with chat. Random void on the 5th live stream. Far out. Chappy. Oh, awesome. Chappy, unfortunately, I'm so time poor at the moment. I just couldn't promise you. I just don't have the capacity at the moment. I do apologise. But I hope you got something out of the workshop. Yeah, I don't know, Thomas Lav. I'm really not sure. I would love to be able to do that. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is if we can sort of get some key bindings to do the keyboard shortcuts. Let's just add the music back just in this final little bit. Do a little sketch. Random void, why not? Greg, how you doing? Good to have you. Apologies, this is the tail end of the stream. Yeah, nah, the ball, I don't even know whether it's gonna be the golden snitch or not. I don't know what it's gonna be. But there's something, I don't know, there's just something about it that I just don't like. Here's feeling okay, so the focal point is like, alright, it's whatever. Oh, you know what's missing, maybe? Is it this, because the light's coming down here, then this is going to have shadow on the stick. This stick isn't looking... It's not going to fix everything. There's larger issues at hand, but maybe it's, if I grab this color, darken that down, does that sort of make a little bit more sense? I don't know. No, that's alright. I've got to stop. It's a compulsion. Catch you later, chappy. No, I appreciate you. No worries, Bayery. Good to have you join. My pleasure. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, AIG, yeah, I've got to stop. Name her Sally. Kind of looks like doesn't not look like a Sally. I don't know. Catch you later, Regis. Ioneer. Thank you. Thanks for keeping us company. Paleo. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and night as well. On that note, I am going to bounce. I've got to get dinner ready. So, thank you again. And this is definitely still not a warm-up. I forgot to move the warm-up. This is not a warm-up. This is the end. So, yeah. Thank you again. And I will catch you in the next one. And now comes the awkward time of me trying to find out how to stop the stream. Stream, live stream, we're still streaming. Okay, and goodbye. Catch ya. Whoa.